Let's see. It says that we're live. No, not the studio. Okay. I think there is a small enough delay so we can continue. Okay. I think there is. So, let's get the music going on. And let's just half it way. Just half that. Okay, cool. Let's see. Check my mic, it's not stereo. Interesting. It's mono? What? Hey Plumman, how's it going? Let me see. Just Google OBS, like not stereo. Interesting. I don't know. Let me just check again. I'm gonna put on my headphones, see if that makes a difference. Okay. Changing to the other audio source. Stopping this just to see the video, and continuing to talk so that by the time you get to the channel, you can hear my voice. And continuing to talk so that by the time you get to the channel, you can hear my voice. And continuing to talk so that. Oof. Yeah, I think it's fine. Let me just say something a bit more louder so we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me just say something a bit more louder so we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine on my side. Maybe it's slightly less audible on the right ear than it is on the left, but not entirely sure. It's going well. I have 20 minutes to show some support. Hey, thanks, Plumman. It's like 70% on the left and 30 on the right. Huh. Yeah, maybe. Let me just check again. 70%. Maybe it. I'm not entirely sure. Like, if I look at the audio properties, they seem to be fine. Mono. Yeah, let's see. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, let me just try again, just to see if anything is changing. Maybe it's because of my positioning in space. I don't know. Let's try again. 3, 2, 1. Let's try right ear. 3, 2, 1. Let's try right ear. Oof, crap. 3. It was better with the check, I think. Oh, let me check. Let me try again. And now trying to speak again just to see if my voice is now in mono channel instead of stereo. My voice is now in mono channel instead of stereo. Yeah, I think that's better. I think it's better. Is it better? Fantastic. Thank you, Plumman. Thank you. That was very helpful. Thank you. Alrighty then. I think we can get started, finally. Now that the audio is sorted out. So, what is the agenda for today? Well, it all stems from a lot of these specific. Oh shit, I forgot. I was supposed to also share my stuff on my other socials so people can know. Just I think I should have done this pre-stream, but I think now is a time as good as any, unfortunately. So today we will be exploring Vercel alternatives. I think it's good enough. And go on LinkedIn as well. And do the same thing. Yeah, just do some emojis because I know that LinkedIn loves them. Okay, continue. Just post it again. And what else? I think that's it. I think we could do like TikTok as well, but I think it's fine. Okay, cool. Right. So topic for today is pricing of cloud providers. So there has been a lot of fuss online in the previous month since Vercel changed their pricing. And it's mainly coming from specific individuals that are getting an interesting price hike after the Vercel price decrease. So, for example, you can see a lot of people online getting a bill which is from $20 a month to $306 a month. Here we can have $20 to $201 a month, like $20 to $500 a month. You can see like the list goes on. There's a lot of people that have been affected by this change. And from what I understand, the idea is that because the way that they have set up their applications is suboptimal, they are being basically penalized for the way that they have their application set up. But the idea is that this is something that is sort of too much for an indie hacker to deal with, having in mind that, for example, these people like indie hackers or people who are solo entrepreneurs and love to build applications in their spare time. They basically use Vercel as a place to host all of their side projects, or basically all the things that they want to sort of put to light. And at some point they get an interesting bill, which is like $500 a month for the 5 applications they've posted. And in this stream, we are going to explore some more price, maybe not some cheaper options, but some options that would basically have the same price year on year on end, day in and day out. And the idea is that at some point somebody like an indie hacker could pay for like a $20 VPS and host as many applications on it as they like. And so this is the thing that we're going to do today. You can see a lot of these people are experiencing some of these issues, and the main thing that drove all of this is a specific post that I saw on Twitter. Twitter is fantastic, and it is by this guy, Ashley Rudland, that made this small little project that he hosted on a 3.3 euro, 3 euro 30 cents per month Hetzner Cloud VPS. And he's getting absolutely outstanding performance. He's getting a database of size 5.5 gigabytes and a table size, he's getting 60,000 reads and 30,000 writes a second on this €3.30 Hetzner instance, which is, a lot cheaper than anything on Vercel, except for the free tier. But the moment that you start using Vercel for monetized project, if I'm not mistaken, pricing, I'm guessing. There you go. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere deep in the terms of Vercel, the idea is that if you start earning money on Vercel, you're supposed to pay for the pro plan, which is fine. I mean, Vercel do have a fantastic developer experience, but the idea here is that you could basically achieve the same results that Vercel offers you for $20 a month, and it can do that for maybe a lot less, like €3 a month. And the price would stay the same during the lifetime of the application that you're trying to host. And the setup that this person has is, it is a Next.js application that I think I have cloned already. So let me just open this up, move this to the side. And this specific Next.js application has a SQLite database in it, which is a database that lives within your application. And you can see that the results that he is achieving with this VPS setup are totally fantastic. Like you could easily run this as a side project and have a lot of concurrent users using this at the same time, and basically not break the bank, which is something that is interesting. And in the source code, this guy basically also shows that you can also get somewhere around 750 HTTP requests per second, which is basically 750, let's say, concurrent users at the same time. So if you have 750 concurrent users at one point, you should be able to afford more than €3.30. So for this instance. So this is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, the idea for today is, first off, for me to get this project running locally, which I think I did yesterday pre-stream, and to start deploying this on multiple locations, which I already did start. And at some point, the idea is, since this project is using Kamal for deployment, that we would use Kamal to see how easy or how difficult it is to deploy the application. So let's see. And let me think, is there something else? I've written something in my notes. Oh yes, Coolify, or Kamal. So Kamal is a project written by, where's the guy? David Heinemer Hansen, if I'm not mistaken, THH. He is an interesting person, to say the least. And this is a tool that allows you to deploy your web applications built in Docker to a cloud agnostic, to any, like, it's very cloud agnostic. You could deploy your apps to bare metal anywhere. And the idea is that it is very low effort, because after you initially set up your deploy configuration, and after you basically set up your GitHub actions, which I think is something that he has done as well here, what happens is, whenever you push your code onto your GitHub repository, this triggers a workflow that just automatically deploys it to the VPS that you're running. And the great thing about this is that you don't even need to touch anything. It supports 0 downtime deploys. The downside of this is that it is an only in terminal. I don't know if it's a downside, but for some people maybe. For me, maybe, because I'm more of a visual person. And I find it easier to basically work with the stuff that has GUIs. But the idea is that you would set up your deploy configuration just once. You would set up your VPS just once per project, push to your GitHub repository, and have basically automatic deployment for your applications, which is something that is needed or you want. Another thing, which is Doku, I think. And it is, again, a platform as a service, but from what I've seen, I think we're going to look at this last, because it looks to me like it's something like Kamal, but needs more stuff to get running, if I'm not mistaken. If I am mistaken, please somebody let me know about this. And secondly, I would love to look at Coolify. So Coolify is basically Railway, open source Railway. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have had any experience with Railway. Railway is a platform as a service, and they are extremely developer friendly. they are very easy to set up. So what happens is you just point this railway instance to your GitHub repository. It automatically deploys it, runs it, sets up SSL for you. It sets up your databases. So for example, in ImagineQR, you can see that we have a instance of Svelte, which is running in here, or Svelte Kit, and it's connecting to a Postgres database. You have access to all of your additional logs that you would want to have, your metrics, your usages, and stuff like this. So it's a really nice tool. The issue with this is that the tool is closed source, and it's proprietary, which is as expected, as is Vercel. But Coolify is something which is very similar and very close to this. It's written by one guy. Let's see where he is. Yeah, this guy, Andrei Baskai. And he is a solo developer building Coolify. Very cool guy. And he offers basically the same, or a lot of the functionality that Railway offers, but it is open source and you can self-host it, which is great. So you have, again, let's see the screenshots. Again, you have your project tabs where you can, your project tab where you can add additional projects. You have, let's see, you can see the additional build details. You can see the logs of the specific application. It is basically like an open source Railway, and it seems to be really nice. So I'd love to take a look at this as well. So without further ado, I think we are ready to start. Yeah, I think we are. Okay. Gonna have a glass of water before we do. Gotta stay hydrated, boys. There we go. No longer a thirsty boy. So let's get started. First off, what I would like to do is I would like to set this to run locally. And I've already basically cloned this repository, but I would like to start again. I'm wondering if I should just delete all of this stuff and just get the project running again. So we do an npm install. Let's see. Let's try to make it dark again. Or dark. Yeah. Let's see. Is that going to be any better? Oh no. Let's try. Or yeah, just leave it at auto for now. Cool. So let's just get this project running by running npm run dev. And first thing that we would most likely see is that if you're running your application with a 32, like with a machine that has 32 gigs of RAM, and it has an M1 Max, you can see that the performance is a lot better, as you would expect. But the kudos to like the $3 VPS instance, since it is running like 1/3 of the amount of the machine that costs like $4 or $5 grand, which is, you know, all good. And so I think that's fine. I think I played around with some other stuff here, but what I want to do right now is I would love to see, like before the stream, I also played around with deploying this specific project to Railway just to see a comparison between this. So if we just start this VPS service again, if you run it, so this is the Railway one. It's taking a while because it's a lot slower than the other one. So let's just copy this over, just screenshot some of the stuff. Maybe I can make it smaller. Yeah, smaller is better, like this. I'm just gonna screenshot it and we can then continue on with our other stuff. This one, failed to fetch device info on Hetzner, okay. And oof, this is a, look at this, like we're running 17K writes a second and a lot more reads a second than the other one, which is interesting. And so basically this is the railway instance, and you can see that like a $3 VPS is a lot comparable to, like, let me see how much I paid last year for this specific instance. I think I paid like account usage. You can see that like this VPS running, maybe not Umami, but this one, like if we compare it to like one of the instances that I actually have running. So for example, this is Imagine QR. This is my SaaS that generates QR codes with AI. And if we compare this to a, for example, the €3.30 Hetzner instance, you can see that the Hetzner instance is a lot better. The issue with Hetzner, I would love to share, is that they appear to be like, or at least their customer support appears to be assholes. Because I've been trying to get access to their platform for like 3 days now, and I can't. And we can go into this later, but let's just continue with this for now. Okay, so we deployed to Railway, and we now want to try with Coolify. So I have a DigitalOcean instance that is running Coolify. Let me just oops. Let's just try again. Need to authenticate. And I need to provide the verification code that I've gotten on my email. Let's see. I'm checking the email right now, and the code is this. Okay, cool. We seem to be running now. I think we can just see the Coolify instance. It should be running on this IP address, and if we go to port 8000, please. What? Yeah, we don't care about this. What? Interesting. So 124. Interesting. Okay, let's just eat this. Can't I just delete this instance, destroy it, and try again? Destroy this project. And let's just spawn a new droplet. Let's just do it in Frankfurt, because I think it's closest. Premium AMD, okay. NVMe SSD, okay, that looks good. Let's just create the droplet. Okay. And now we can see that it's running. Okay, so let's just set up the SSH instance first. I think what we want to do is go here, go to the config, and I think I'm gonna do this. I think we're gonna set up the environmental variable, so it'll just be back. Okay, the envs are set up. Just gonna play some of the music, see if that does anything. I think it's fine. This is fine. Okay. I'm just gonna check in the socials. So let's just SSH into this instance that I've set up. Okay, now what we want to do is we want to set up Coolify. Self-host it. Install. And now we are installing Coolify. Okay. And now we have a URL that I think we can try and open up. Fantastic. So what I want to do here is I want to update this specific entry, and I don't want this. I would love to edit. I want to copy the URL so I can set it up in my Bitwarden account. I want to see, is this gonna work? I'm not sure it did. Try the same thing. Let's see. If we register. So what we want to do right now system. Okay, production environment. And let's just try the public repository, deploy key, GitHub app. Look at this. Look at this cool stuff. So you can do plausible. There we go, mommy. Very, very cool. Servers. Projects. Okay, let's just try something here. Public repository. Let's just give it this specific GitHub. Standalone Docker. Give it the repository. Xpacks. And rate limit. Okay, let's just see. And if we click on deploy, we should start seeing this. Okay. Seems that the image is building. Let's see, what kind of configuration do we have here? So we have Nixpacks is building. It generates a domain, SSIP. What is this stuff? S-slip. Docker image, building, network, base directory, publish directory, and mappings. Pre-deployment command. I'm interested in adding additional size, like additional storage, because last time I think when I tried this it didn't really work. What? Can't we just deploy? And we're doing the interesting work of setting up the project. Let us see. Let us begin. The famous Martin Sitter is... I always forget his name. What was it? It was Martin... Sito Pants. Sito Pants. Check current progress. Show debug logs. Let's see. Okay. Moving old containers, rolling space completed. Okay. Okay, I think there's an issue here. Welcome to the stream. As indicated by the today's agenda on the top right of the screen, today's agenda is to check out some Vercel alternatives, and currently we are looking at Coolify and looking at the performance that it can give us. I think there is an issue here because everywhere else when you run this specific project, the least thing that you see is the usage of the database. But here it says that it's not finding the standalone, cannot open database directory because the directory does not exist. Let's see. Let's start debugging. I was actually hoping, since I tweeted about us checking out Coolify, I was thinking that maybe the Coolify creator can check us out and see what we're doing and help us out if we are experiencing some issues. Need to make sure the directory already exists. Okay, let's take a look. I think the issue is that database directory does not exist, but here it says that if we go to db.ts, I see. I think we just need to make a new folder. Oops, not here. Oops. Okay. And I think if we just do this, if we just add a new terminal instance, it should. Ah, wait. So I think we're going to test out some of the stuff. Let's see, added data folder. Git status. Let's see. Yeah, just git push it. I'm going to add it to my own. I think I did a fork of this, didn't I not? Did I not? I did. So if I just add Coolify. DigitalOcean. I think if I just stop this, I think we can just kill it. Danger zone, delete. And I think if we start again with the public repository and localhost, and continue on with the deployment. hey, I have been actually wanting to host a Node server and Postgres and React frontend for relatively cheap. Hey, Elite Carlson. I think today what we're gonna do is, yeah, as Fireship said it. I think let me just pull out the pen and paper. I think what Fireship said makes a lot more sense in regards to all of this cloud stuff, and I want to draw it out because it's fun. I love drawing. And we can still do it while we're waiting for the project to build. No. This one. So what Fireship said, which is basically true, so cloud minus pane equals AWS. AWS minus pane equals Vercel. So, like, it depends on how much effort you want to spend doing this to make it cheap. And the thing is that, let me just check again. Wanting to host a Node server, Postgres, and React frontend for relatively cheap. Like, I think in Vercel you could do this for free, depending on how many projects you have there. But the issue is that, like, for example, here, I can just check out my current projects. So the idea is that you can only, for the free plan in Vercel, you can only host a single Postgres instance, which is fine. If you only have one of those, you could do that. The issue that I find with Vercel is that unless you're running unless you're running Next.js in a specific way that they want it to be running, or like SvelteKit with specific adapters just for Postgres, it's a lot more difficult. Like, I think Vercel started as a Next.js, like the de facto way to host Next.js applications, and it still is. So if you're looking to host your Next app on Vercel, it's perfect. But if you're doing something more complex or a little bit out of this specific like sort of little bounding box that they've made, it's a lot more difficult. For example, I don't know if you are aware of Railway, but I've been using it for some time now, and Railway makes it extremely easy to basically host applications. Like, you could do, for example, deploy from a public GitHub repo, and it, like most cases, it automatically checks in on the type of application and builds it for you. Like, for example, from a template, you could do, like you said, Node, React, and what else? Postgres. React, Postgres. Or next. Postgres. PowerSync. Yeah, there are a lot of, like, React PG, Ruby script, Vite plus React, create React app. Interesting that they don't have a example for this, but let's say Postgres. I have Prisma and stuff like this. Idea is that you could very easily and quickly host something like this here. And today we're also exploring additional ways to do this. So the current way that the current thing that we're checking is setting up a VPS on DigitalOcean or whatever else and running Coolify on it. And we are at the point where I think the application is deployed. I just want to check out if it is alive. I think it's dead again. Let's see the logs. Cannot open database because the directory does not exist. Does it need to do any special things? Why? Like, that's interesting. because this specific application, like if we build this image, and if we check out the Docker, I think we could just delete this and delete this as well. Yeah, so that's the cool thing about Vercel, is that it allows you to start very easily, and that's like that's the same case with all cloud providers. They want to give you a way to set up your projects very painlessly, but the issue with those is that the more like the pricing chart that comes afterwards is not it is not linear. So the more you use it, the pricing does not go up linearly, but it goes up like this, which is a lot more painful. And like these VPS alternatives are they are a lot more involved when it comes to maintaining, but they are also very more predictable within the pricing. So depending on your model of depending on the model of your business, the size of your business, it may or may not make sense to use a cloud provider like Vercel or like AWS, or basically just run your own VMs within like a VPS. So I think that's the case. But my question is, oops, can we just close this? Ah, yes, the Calm River. Yeah, my question is, like, the application is deployed to Coolify, but it says that the database cannot be opened because it does not exist. Let's try something else. Let's see, chat, or draw chat. I want to see if it's going to be able to deploy. Draw chat to see if it actually picks up on the stuff that we did. Public repository. Deploy, show debug logs. Let's see. So that is interesting to me. But the point is that for the previous specific project, let's just talk some stuff while we were waiting for this to work. So if we just do 3001 port and we run it, you can see that it starts up as expected. It doesn't complain about there being too much. See? Works pretty fine. It does not complain about... that's interesting. It does not complain about the DB not existing. It just sets it and works. And if we restart this, yeah, it was working. So that is interesting to me. Why is this not working? It should. Yeah, but otherwise, like the thing that I'm currently trying to deploy, just to see if it's gonna work, Docker build failed. Awful. Extends Feldkit. tsconfig. Yeah, this is not looking great. Cannot find base config. Let's see. Yeah, okay, let's just leave this for now. I want to see if, for example, this is going to pick up advanced force deploy without cache. I want to see if this is going to pick up some update that we make right now. Like, for example, let's see. Let's just change something in the... do we change? Up. No, not here. App. Lib. Models. No. Tills. No. Public. Page. There we go. Page. Let's just add some like small emoji just to know that something it is picking up on the stuff that we did. Changed. Excusez-moi. Are you telling me that Next is not configured to run deploy automatic restarts on change? npm run dev. Try again. There we go. Okay, so let's just try adding this. Git commit a git push. And let's see if this is gonna refresh status. See deployments. Is it gonna pick it up? I'm hoping to see it pick up the actions. Okay, that's fine. Configuration, deployments, deploy. I'm interested to see Xpacks, no. Sources. Servers. Deployments. Okay. It's building. Yeah, in my head I was imagining the stream being very interesting, but now that I'm looking at it, I think a lot of it is going to be like waiting for builds to finish and seeing if it actually does anything, or if it does the thing that we want it to do. So okay, containers removed, rolling updates completed, opening it up again, and basically the same error. Why the hell though? logs. Okay, if I just copy this over and then just do this, is that going to produce the same error? Oops. If I just delete the data and do, what do we do? npm run start dev, maybe? Start the app again. There we go. Huh. Haven't written Vercel in a long time. I haven't written next in a long time, so let's see. Cannot open the database because the directory does not exist. Okay, that's fine. Can't I just do this? Just for the lulz. And I just want to import this. path. Can we do it like this? Just so we can see. Okay, it's fine. Get status. Git add commit.m change db path. Git push. Before we push, I want to see if the deployment's running. So if I do git push now, let's see, is this going to pick up the deployment? Projects, production, deployments. See. I want to see if push to deploy. Okay, how do we do this? For GitHub, you can use your blah blah blah, private repositories, automatic commit deployments, or pull request deployments. See, I pushed, but I don't think it's changed. I think we just changed something 2 minutes ago, so it should show up. Interesting. Typically need to set up webhooks in your repository settings that notify Coolify. Okay, webhooks. Okay, let's try the webhook. I'm gonna remove this. Gonna set up the environmental variables and unmute in a second. And I added my voice so it can hear me while I'm talking, while I'm setting up the environmental variables. So, let's see. There was a way to set up these. I just want to generate a random variable. There we go. Now I've generated the random value. Now what I want to do is open up the GitHub repository again, copy the secret here, copy the secret in Coolify, save it here, add the webhook. Alright, I think this should be fine. Let me just see again if I have any secrets open up that I don't want to share. Okay, fantastic. We're back. Okay, the webhook is set up again. Webhook is set up again. Let's close this. And now when we push, oh, let's just add some more text to the alien. Git status, git add, git commit. Git push. Okay. So let's see. Is it working? No, unfortunately not. Let's just do redeploy. See if that's going to change anything for us. Hello, hello again, dear streamer, dear viewer to the stream. we're at the point where we are exploring Coolify as an alternative to Vercel, and we tried to set up the auto push deploy hook, but it didn't really work, so I'm just doing manual deployments right now. Afterwards, we would want to see how the application is running, and yes, that is basically it. One thing that is interesting to me, while we are waiting, is the LLM3 up push that we got, I think. With this, I tried to set up a local LLM as a ChatGPT alternative from a local machine, just to see if that was anything viable. I tried Cold Llama, and it wasn't really viable at all. Just waiting for stuff to build. Exporting to image. Successfully built. Starting. Moving old containers. Or rolling old. Okay, if we go to the link now, you should see it working, hopefully. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. It is very comparable to what Ashley did. Or vps.ashley Rutland. Come on now. It is 28k. Yeah, it's basically double the reads and almost 30% over the writes. That's great. That's pretty good. That looks great. The push to deploy stuff is not really there. But I think with the right amount of tinkering, we could set it up in a way that it works. That's fine. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I think I want to add this. Okay. It seems to be doing pretty well in the VPS land. $39,000 writes, like 40k and 120. That is actually pretty reasonable. That is pretty great. So I think it's cool. Okay, what I would want to do is let's just try setting this up manually on DigitalOcean. I just want to see what we could do. Or maybe not. Let's just I think we should try Kamal first. I think we should give Kamal a try. Look at that. guess we could do this like this.
Kamal is a tool for deploying your web applications anywhere, whether you're using cloud VMs or your own hardware.
20 minutes, I
Kamal
think it's
makes
going to
it
be too much.
really easy to deploy new versions of your application. It would be to see that everything is working. New will be a blog, and we have my username.
Okay, let's see. Let's just go to DigitalOcean. I think we should just... Coolify. And this is... what is this? Railway? And this is local, M1. X. And this is... So... let's try getting Kamal set up. Let's just read through the docs. So, set your app directory, run Kamal init. Now edit the new file, config deploy YAML. It could look as simple as this. Config deploy service server Kamal registry username. Okay. Ready to deploy to the service. Okay, so we have an image. Can we just... see what's happening? We're trying to build the image in Docker and deploy it so we can get it running in Kamal. Yeah, let's just set up a droplet first. VPS hostname. Let's just remove this and git like Kamal. No, skip. Let's just set up a cheap droplet. I just want it to have the most basic thing. Just want to see what type of performance we could be expecting. I think maybe like a gig of RAM is best. Create the droplet. Is this even alive? Okay, pretty good. So, we have servers. The image. I think we should check to see something else here. Images in the hub. Can we just build this? Can I push this somehow? Push the hub. Okay, let's just wait until it is there for us to see. Okay. So I think we can just do push the hub. What? Huh. Push to hub. If I'm building it. Push Docker image to hub. Docker image push. Docker image push. Next VPS. Next.js VPS. And the tag is latest, I think. Latest. Huh? Docker login. Trying the same thing again. Oh, I think I need to add a different tag. What now? How about now? And if I push the hub. That's pushing, cool. Now we can update this. Do we even need something in the registry? I don't think we do. Let's just give it a try like that. Since I think this is public. Docker pricing. Unlimited private repositories, okay. Let's see. Docker repository. Free Docker repository. Or registry. tree scale. GitHub Docker repository. Just want to see if it's free on GitHub. Pricing plans. Who can use? Okay, that's cool. Container registry. Images within your organization. Blah blah blah. Okay, that's good. I think we can work with that. But let's just not care about this for now. Okay. It's a public registry, so it should be fine. So Kamal setup. Okay, while we're doing that, I think I need to set up the... I'm gonna change to the adjust env. So I need to go to DigitalOcean. And I want to add the SSH using required configuration for registry. Which one? Let's see. I'm just going to copy over my IP address. I'm just going to copy this stuff over. DigitalOcean Hitsnare. Oh no, DigitalOcean Kamal. So if I do, for example, SSH do Kamal, it's gonna work. Okay, that seems to be working fine. I'm missing required configuration for registry. Registry username. How about I just do it like this? What the hell? I think I'm gonna need to set up some more environmental variables. Just set a .env. It's just Kamal registry username and Kamal registry password. and I'm gonna add the username and password real quick. Authentication failed. Okay, going into the stream. ENV. Environmental variables. ENV. Using secret variables. Exception while executing on host. Authentication failed for so exception. So let's see. Wait, what? Jesus, man. I didn't see you chatting. Like, sorry. The... Hey, Kieran. How's it going? I was just saying that, like, the channel here that I'm using to check who is chatting me up was broken, and I didn't see that I had gotten several chats from Elite Carlson. So, how's it going? I don't know if most likely you're not aware, but the agenda for today is to check out some Vercel alternatives. And we're currently checking out Kamal with a VPS. I'm fine. How are you? We're checking out some cool stuff today. I've actually wanted to check out some of these VPS alternative, like some of these Vercel alternatives for quite some time now. And from what I'm seeing, it is a lot more pain to get running than using Vercel or anything like this. But I think that's the whole idea of Vercel, that it removes the pain for you. So let's see. Orp SSH deal Kamal. Yes. Okay, and if we do the same thing again, Kamal setup. It is running some stuff here. So Kieran, just so you know, I am a senior software engineer, and on top of doing stuff like this, I also provide free tech support, or not tech support, but like tech advice. So if you have any questions, I'd love to help you out. Like, some of the stuff that I do is I try to help out people with their career in technology. So if you have any questions or any need for any help in that regard, I'd love to help out. Maybe I should have run this with something that gives me like more outlook into what is happening currently, because I'm not seeing anything here. Can I just itch top? Oops. Can I at least see what's happening here? Connection refused. What the hell? All set up, please. Yeah, the imposter syndrome is starting to kick in. It's just... Where are you from? I'm from Bulgaria. Land of the free. Where are you from? India. Very nice, very nice. Are you in the software field, or are you doing anything software related? Exception while executing on host. Okay, that's cool. What specific stack are you working on, or what types of projects are you doing? What types of technologies do you have on your day-to-day work? Spring Boot. Ah, good old Java. I started with that as a junior developer. I started doing some Java, and I moved away from. Before that, I did some mobile development, so I moved away from that as well into web development. So, good stuff. Good stuff. And pretty much, do you have any experience with Kamal? Because I can't even get the connection to work for some reason. Two years of experience. Okay, that's great. Why is it not working? Let's see if there's anything in the Kamal source code issues. Yeah, sure. I'd love to. What do you want to know about Next.js? What it is, what it does, what it's used for? Everything. Like Next is a pretty big topic, but I'll try to do my best in like a minute. So Next.js is a meta framework designed to work with React. It is mainly used to create server-side React applications that work sort of in the middle between server-side. Like they support different types of rendering. So for example, a normal React application would be only client-side, so you would have a server that would serve you the JavaScript source code for React, and that would render the pages on your browser on the client side. With Next.js, this could be done as on the browser as well as on the backend, so it supports server-side operations. So, for example, if you're doing Next.js, you would have a better and easier way to connect to a database in a more secure way than you would have with React. And in addition to this, it also supports features like static site generation and incremental static rendering. And that is like, at least the static site generation is better, or at least it is perfect for more advanced SEO than you would have in a single page application. So it's mainly used by that. If that makes any sense. Yeah, security in Next.js is, again, it is a very broad topic. Like, it's very difficult to say security in Next.js in just know everything, but there is a package called NextAuth. And it basically gives you the possibility, I'm going to paste it in the chat, basically gives you the possibility to add multiple forms of authentication within your application or Next.js application. So yeah, that's it. But you could basically authenticate it in any way that you would want to. And that you could, a normal application, like you could use JWTs, you could use cookies, it's whatever. No problem. If you have any other questions, please let me know. I think I'm gonna open up. Google Maps into my Spring Boot application. Can you suggest me how I can do? Isn't Google Maps like what specific feature of Google Maps would you like to integrate? Is this, are you talking about, I have a Spring Boot application that renders a web page, and in this web page I want to add a Google Maps map, like one of these? Oops. Is that what you want? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what you want to do. If you could try to like ask the question in a different way. So I am investigating different ways in which you can deploy your application to the cloud. And the current solution that I'm investigating is Kamal, which is a tool written by DHH, or his company, that allows you to publish your applications into a cloud provider or a VPS or a virtual private service server. And the idea is that you would be able to do this very easily. I'm not having the same experience so far. And yeah, that's basically it. I think I'm gonna have like a 10-minute break to go basically walk around and have a breather, because I think I am sort of in a circle running around. So I'm gonna do just that. I'm gonna have like a short break, and I'll be back in I think about 10 minutes. So thank you for sticking, and I'll be back in a bit. And we're back. So what I've thought during these 10 minutes is that maybe we should watch a tutorial on how this works, instead of trying to blindly bash our heads against the solution. Against the wall trying to find a solution. So that's what we're going to try to do right now. So let's just... No, not this one. Take this one.
Hello everyone, today we're going to be taking a look at Kamal. This is a way to deploy your Rails applications where you don't even need to initially configure these servers. You run the tool pings the server and says, hey, do you have Docker installed? If it does, great. If not, let's install Docker first. And it steps through each of the items iteratively until your server is configured, and then it proceeds to deploy the container with your application in it. Super cool. Always works. Except for if you need to deviate from the tutorial I'm making here, in which case it's not going to work until you spend a bunch of hours trying to figure out how to make it work. As is always the case, I just want to make that disclaimer up front. These things work under ideal conditions. Aside from that, anyone who tells you these things are super easy to use every single time, not being totally honest with you. So in this case, we're going to be deploying something using a SSL certificate from Cloudflare. We're going to be using Cloudflare for the domain hosting. I tried to do our own self-deployed certificates, couldn't figure it out, so we're just going to be using Cloudflare for this one. We're also going to be using Docker Hub, where we create a personal access token. The reason why we do this is because we need a way to log into our Docker Hub account, because that's where we're going to be putting our Docker images. When we use a password, the person that compromises our password then has access to our entire Docker Hub account. If we use a password or a personal access token, we can then tell them, hey, I don't like the way you spelled Kamal, I'm going to go ahead and just revoke your access. And now they no longer have access, and they never had access to our password to begin with, so we can then go ahead and just create a new access token, call it Kamal, and then go ahead and generate it like that. That's going to give us a key here that we need to put in our application. The other thing we're going to be doing, I'm going to be using DigitalOcean for this. I have a referral code in the video description. You can use this, it gives you $200 credit for 60 days, which basically means you get 2 months free hosting. Afterwards, if you spend $25, they give me $25, so it benefits me. Just trying to be transparent about that. It's just a nice way to test this stuff out. You can also use something like Hertzner or whatever else to host your servers. It's ultimately up to you. The main benefit of Kamal is the fact that you can deploy this to pretty much any server, so you're not locked into like vendor fees like AWS, where when you try and pull your data out, they go, oh, you have 5 megabytes worth of data, that's going to cost you like $150 because we don't want you to leave, because if you leave, then we don't make money from you anymore. Okay, I think that's effectively all the stuff we have to talk about up front. Here's the application we're actually going to be deploying. It's using Tailwind, it's using ESBuild. You don't need to use either one of those. I just did it because using like a proc file is more involved than the basic Rails app. The steps are exactly the same. I just wanted to show you that it works there. The only thing that's really a pain is if you have to do like Redis or Postgres or something else, then you're going to have to take additional steps outside of this tutorial. Okay, let's go ahead and let's get started. We're going to go ahead and create a new application. So I'm going to say Rails new video. I'm going to say -j ESBuild -c Tailwind. Again, this is entirely up to you. Do whatever you want. You don't have to use ESBuild or Tailwind. You can also omit the ESBuild and keep the Tailwind. We come over to our droplets here and create a new droplet. Go ahead and click create, and then I'll click on my region. I'll choose an image. I'm going with Ubuntu. I can go with 2204 if I want to. It really doesn't matter. I'll change it just so you can see it doesn't matter. Go over to regular, so we can do $6 a month. I'm going to choose an SSH key, and I'm going to name this. I'm going to call this Kamal-video. I'll go ahead and click create droplet while that's running. So now our Rails app is done. I'm going to CD into that video project and run a code dot to open this up in VS Code. Okay, so here's the steps you need to follow to actually set up your Kamal application. First, gem install Kamal. That'll just install the gem on your system. You can then do a Kamal init, and that'll generate 3 files for you. The hooks are just scripts you can run on the server. So if you have some custom logic you want to run, you can go ahead and do that using a hook. That is covered in the documentation. If you click on read the docs over at kamal-deploy.org, the docs have a hook section where you can see how to use these. Next thing we want to take a look at we're going to come down here to the env file. So this is where we need to put in a couple keys. The first one's the master key. Come up here to config, master key, copy this, and then put this into the env file right here. The other one is the registry password. This is your Docker Hub. In this case, we're using Docker Hub. You can use whatever you would like. It's just wherever you put your image containers so that your server can then pull them from somewhere, because you don't want to have to be uploading the image containers to the server every time you try and do anything, right? So we're using the personal access token for that. Again, we can always revoke this if we need to in the future. Okay, last file is the config deploy.yaml. This is where you do all of your configurations. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to get rid of all of these comments. I highly encourage you to read through these, but I'm going to get rid of them just so that we can have a bit of an easier time to see what we're actually doing here. So the point of this tutorial is for you to see what a configured file looks like, not to see a bunch of comments that you get by default anyways. So let's do this. For our service name, because my domain name is called DeanOut, which we can see right here, I'm going to name my service DeanOut. For my image, this is my Docker Hub account name, which is DeanIn. And then for the application we're going to be using here, I'm just going to call this Kamal-video, although you could really call this whatever you want to. For the servers, we need to use our DigitalOcean droplet IP address right here. Paste this in. You can verify this works by doing SSH root at and then your IP. Type yes. Just make sure this works real quick, and you can see we're in the server, and you can see there's nothing installed here. There's no Docker or anything. If I try and run Docker, we'll see it's not even installed. We're not going to install it, though, because that's not the point. We have a just blank canvas here. After the server, we then have our...
We are looking at the tutorial for Kamal right now, so we can see what we did wrong and try to configure it.
Well, we have to do a little bit more configuration. So with our IP address right here, this would work if we were just deploying the single thing and we didn't want to use an SSL certificate. We could pretty much just deploy a server and then just go to like the IP address directly. In this case, I want to create what Kamal calls a role or our web. This can then have multiple different hosts. I'm going to give the server IP as one of the hosts, but again, you could just add a second one. It's just a hyphen away and then like whatever your IP address would be there. But I just want the one here, and then I'm going to create some labels. For these labels, I'm going to copy and paste these over. Again, these come from a bit of Googling and a bit of documentation reading. Effectively, we're using Trafic instead of Nginx as our reverse proxy, so we configure Trafic HTTP routers, we name it our service name _secure, we give it an entry points of web secure, a rule, which just has our domain name inside of the host, and a TLS of true. Once that's done, we've now finished our server config. For our registry here, our username needs to be our Docker Hub account, because that's the service we're using, or the registry we're using. So that's our username. Our password comes from our environment variables. Then for our Rails master key, we need to tell Kamal that exists. So we just say env secret, and we pull that out of our secrets right there. Then we need to configure our reverse proxy, or Trafic. So how do we do that? We just create a Trafic block with some options. For the publish, we publish to port 443. That's the default SSL port. Entry points web secure address is another 443. That's just an argument we're passing to Trafic so it knows what the web secure address is. Optionally, this is covered in the comments, but you can create a health check endpoint where you can go to like your domain name /up to see if it's working. By default, Rails in your config and routes.rb now has a get up route where you can just check what the health of your app is. And then after the health check, the last thing you want to do if you want persistence, because we're using SQLite, you want to tell the Kamal to create a storage volume. So this volume right here is for our Rails storage. We come over here to our storage and we do something like a Rails G scaffold post, a title in the body of type text, and then we run a Rails db:/migrate. When I click over here, you'll now see we have our development SQLite database in here. What we're telling it to do is to store the storage directory outside of the Docker container, so that if we delete the Docker container, we still have the storage on the actual server itself. So when we deploy the next server, it can just go back outside of the Docker container, and it can say, okay, I still have the database here. So every time we push an update now, we persist our data. At this point, we need to do a Kamal setup, and we have to hope that this works. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to try this out. We're going to run Kamal setup. The reason why I say we hope this works is because there's so many commands this runs, like installing Docker, where a lot of stuff can go wrong. But let's go ahead and let's configure our Cloudflare while that's running in the background. We'll come over here to DNS.
Okay, I think the issue might be with my registry password. I don't know, man. Let's see. Let's give it a try. Yeah, he was right when he was talking about there only being like this working only if it's within the confines of the tutorial. My profile setting, my account, security. Okay, now I'm gonna generate a new access token. Kamal. Okay. Now I'm gonna paste this token in my .env file. Okay. And now, let's see, if I open up my VS Code again, let's see, okay. If I do Kamal setup, no, suggest me any article or video for payment integration in Spring Boot. Let's see. I think I can do this. Like, I'm using Stripe API for a lot of my payments. Like, for my payments, I'm using Stripe. So, if Stripe is supported in India, I think you can use this. This should be cool. Like, for a lot of the Spring stuff, you can just check out Beldung. I'm not sure. These guys are like Java people, Spring people, Kotlin people. And they have a lot of great stuff when it comes to Java and Spring. So, you might want to check them out.
In our DNS, we need it.
Let's see, I want to try again. If I destroy this. Yeah, no problem. If you have any other questions, please let me know. I'd love to help you out. Yeah, let's just create the droplet. And see what is going to happen. You will? Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Actually, I'm thinking of working on a video. So I made a SaaS, which is Imagine QR. And I was thinking of making a video where I explained like my process of going from an idea to a project that is actually earning money. So if that's something that is interesting to you, let me know, because I'm planning on making one of these, and you could then subscribe and then listen in for the update. Yes, site link. Here. There you go. Okay. What the fuck? Exit. Okay, if I deploy to this. Try again. Kamal setup. Okay. I think it's there. It's doing something. Let's see. 2 cores. Which platform you use for deploying this website? I use Railway, like this one. Railway. And they also support Java. I think if I'm not mistaken. So Java. Oops. Template. Java. Spring Boot microservice with Java. Like you could do something like this if it's interesting to you. And they have a very simple deployment process. So, yeah, I used Svelte and Postgres. So, like, I am a big-time web development advocate. So, I love using web development stuff. And I love the simplicity of Svelte. So, I wanted to give SvelteKit a try whenever it came out. So it did, and I loved it. It was actually really nice to use. So I fell in love with it, and I just started using it. And for this specific project, which is here, like this specific project that is running here, I added I saw this on Twitter, and this is, she absolute crap. Copy Docker file. What the hell? No, it's not public. Like this is a commercial project that I wrote. So I have not open sourced it at this point in time. What if I try again? And as always, we are waiting for the deployment to finish. It's running npm CI. I think the issue was last time that it didn't really flow config source. Didn't really want to work with us. Okay, it's doing stuff. Background music is so satisfying. Thank you. Thank you. I found that I love listening to nature, sounds of nature while programming. Have been unable to listen to music while coding for a while now, but I used to listen to a lot of that in like several years ago. Yeah, I find this music to be, this specific stuff to be very, very calming. So I can send it to you here. And as we can see here, this stuff is being built here. Exporting to image. Kamal, deploy.org. Okay. Can we connect on LinkedIn? Yeah, sure. There you go. Like this is my LinkedIn account. Okay, let's see if the project is live. Look at that. Well, would you look at that? But again, it is angry at us for some reason. Okay. How do we look at the logs now? That is interesting. Okay, let's see. Stop this and Docker PS. And let's see, what do we have here? Docker logs this. Unable to open database file. Why though? db.ts. What if we do it like this and use the previous database path? Is that going to do anything else? Git status, git add. Let's commit that. Let's see, what do we add here? Docker ignore data. Change some of this stuff as well. Let's see. If you just do git push and then Kamal commands. Kamal deploy. Build the currently checked out version of the app. Okay. Kamal deploy. Okay. This is actually pretty pleasant. If you're not active on LinkedIn, why did you want to connect? Remote.ts loaded, what the hell? Try again. Okay, build is angry. npm run build. What? Ah. Yes, I have Instagram as well. No. Let's see. Is this still here? Fantastic. Here you go. Like, this is all the places where I'm active at currently, so. I think YouTube, GitHub, let's see. I think that's it. So, let's see, data. Git status, git add, git commit, edit, data folder, git status, git push, and then Kamal deploy. Let's see if that does anything else. Again. What the hell is the issue? Data. Type error. If I just delete this, try again. Status. And Kamal deploy. What if I do, if I try the same thing but I build the image? Okay, at least we're getting the same error on our local machine. Compiled successfully. Okay. What if we just copy this over? Just check out the Git history. check out. And then .env. And then just this. Try the same thing. Let's see if this constitutes an issue. Optimize production build. Okay, it seems to be working. I think this is fine. Just do Kamal deploy again. Just hit stop. Kamal deploy. I think there was an issue. Kamal lock help. Kamal lock acquire. Kamal deploy. Yeah, the good old stuff. It's doing something here. Loader. Sign up. Details? What the hell is this? When will the stream end? Well, I am not entirely sure. I'm thinking of ending at 6, maybe 5, not sure. But it's when I think I've had like enough time to play around with this to the point where I think I know what I'm doing. or basically just deploying the application at a point where it's working. So what's the time? It's 3:35 here. No, it's PM. Like India and Sofia don't really have India Standard Time, so it's like when it's 3 p.m. in Sofia, it's 2 p.m. No, wait, 3 p.m. It's 6 p.m. in India, right? Yeah. It's doing stuff. It's doing stuff. That's great. Huh? Come on now. Damn, that's pretty good. That is actually pretty good. Okay, let's see. Let's see this. Okay, and let's just remove some of this stuff. Let's just do it like this. I'm gonna remove this stuff. Which platform? I've used GoDaddy, Cloudflare, and I'm thinking of using, what was it called? Namecheap. They're pretty good. I think GoDaddy is good, but it's overrated. Like, it's pretty expensive. Cloudflare has some of the best pricing that I've seen so far, and Namecheap has the cheapest pricing, but I don't really know if it is any good when in terms of like long-term domain ownership, or like if it has the features that I want. So let's see. So do we need Vercel? Original post. Post by Ashley Rudland. Okay. see, what do we have here? EMVs. Let's just do this. Let's see if the VPS hostname thing does work. No. Not this. VPS host name. Just gonna add the environmental variable real quick. Remove this, remove that. And let's see, get status, get reset branch to specific commit. I'm gonna just check, make a new branch. I want to check out. There we go. Get push.f. Okay. Okay, so now if we do Kamal deploy, config. How about now? Okay, it seems to be working, doing something. think this is doing pretty good stuff. Mhm. Now what I think I want to do is I think I want to do some stress testing. I just want to see info. Test. Performance and stress test. Let's see. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's just do like a small stress test. New file, test, load.js, and let's just copy paste some of the stuff that we have from case 6. And let's just add the HTTP address here. And I don't really remember the case 6 command again. I think it was case 6 run. Case 6 run test load.js. Let's see what we can expect. Okay. Oof. It's not looking that great. Can we do like 1,000? Let's see. Load test. Let's see if that yields a difference, because I'm not pretty sure 264 requests a second is not that great. Maybe if I do like 1 minute. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. Okay, oh, let's just wanna, not entirely sure if this is ethical, but if it is not, I'm gonna apologize, Ashley, but I just wanted to see if Hetzner's VPN is any better than this. Yeah, yours is a lot better, man. Jesus. Let's see. But how the hell is it so bad? Like this is... I am interested, how is this so bad? Like DigitalOcean is a lot slower. Let's see the railway one. I'm interested in seeing if that's going to make any difference. Dashboard. Next VPS. Okay, okay. Railway's not doing that bad. Let's just do it to 50. Let's just do a cool 50, just to see. And this is not really behind a CDN, so it should be pretty quick. It is doing pretty good. Let's try the other one again to see if that does any difference. $420, pretty good. Okay, let's just try setting up a new Kamal project. Let's just add another droplet. Can I just create a new droplet? Let's just see the shared CPU. So 2 gigs of RAM, 1 core. 2 gigs of RAM, 1 Intel CPU. Regular disk space. 2 gigs of RAM. Okay. Okay, system is still booting up. Page.tsx. Let's just add some log. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's just do Kamal deploy. All set up. I just want to see if I can set it up.
How's it going, guys?
Settings. DNS. So this is a small one, and this is the big one. Let's see. Come on, small one. Do some. How's it doing? Damn. Now let's just do db test. db test. Seconds. Let's just do 5. I don't care. Let's just get this baby. And let's just add a weights so we know if this is the one. Localhost 3000. Cool. We have the weights. We have this. Both are running. Git status, git add, git commit.m, whip, and let's just, instead of this, let's deploy to both. See if that changes. Yeah, that's fine. Kamal deploy. Build traces. Jesus. What the hell? Okay, it's doing some stuff. One 40 seconds. Look at that. Look at that. That is pretty cool. Okay. Doing the same thing again. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's just say closing all of this stuff. Let's see the Coolify one. What do you mean it's not found? 800. There we go. Dashboard. Stop, kill it. And kill this one as well. Oops. Delete projects. And add a, what do we call this? Next VPS. And add a public repository, GitHub. And we deploy this. Let's see. Upgrade. What is this? Dashboard? Huh? What the hell? Next VPS in production and deploy. Destinations. Name. Okay. Let's see. I am pretty sure that this is not what I wanted you to do. Get status. Git push. Well, try again. Let's see. So far, I think I'm having a pretty decent experience with Kamal. I was slightly, let's say, excited. Not that slightly maybe, but I was intrigued by how easy it was to set up. It sort of seems to be that way. And this Coolify directory does not exist. Onboarding. Next. Coolify. Docs. And I just want to see. Volumes. Persistent storage, okay. Oopsiekins. Let's see what we have here. Okay, at the end of the day, I think we did a good job. Like, we covered most of the stuff that I wanted to do, which is test out. Let's see. Here, OBS. This one. So let's just put this in. Oops, what did we do? No. So far we explored the Vercel alternatives. We did. We checked out the VPS solutions by DigitalOcean, and for some reason, the ones by Hetzner seem to be a lot better when it comes to requests per second, even when it comes to network requests per second, for some reason. Kamal is absolutely awesome, at least from my small little test so far that I've ran. Coolify is great as well. For some reason, I wasn't really able to get the volumes to work in the way that I was expecting them to work. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. And Daku, I really didn't even get a chance to do this. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have like a short break, and then I'm going to try to maybe see how we could, I don't know, run some of this stuff here. I just want to see, for example, some of the I would love to open the Drizzle console just to see how that will work. So let's see. I'm going to have a short break and come back in a second.
First time you are hearing about Rust, you are probably living under a rock. Rust is the darling of the tech community, has some pretty impressive achievements, and enjoys the backing of a few big industry leaders. Following the new exciting trends instead of the boring, battle-tested, well-paying solutions is always a safe bet if you want to focus more on personal projects, aka stay unemployed, and there is nothing trendier than the language which topped Stack Overflow's Most Desired Programming Language survey 8 years in a row. So let's jump head first into some Rust code and see what all the fuss is about. Quick FYI, Rust in Action is an amazing book I read in preparation for this video, and I really recommend it. I know, reading a 400-page book just to post a 5-minute video might be overkill, but just like all Rust developers, I'm not employed at the moment, so I have a lot of free time on my hands. Let's go ahead, install the Rust compiler, and write the basic hello world example in the main.rs file. We can then compile and run our code from the command line. Note that Rust comes packed with Cargo, a package registry we can use to better manage, build, and run projects. Back to our code, we are already faced with one of Rust's many novelties, macros. The exclamation mark after the function name lets you know that this is a special construct which can generate code at compile time and allows you to extend the basic capabilities of the language in a more efficient way compared to a standard function. In the case of print, this is a macro handling all the necessary type detection needed to print any data to the screen while allowing for a variable number of arguments, which is a limitation of the standard Rust functions. Rust enables you to build reliable software, and this goes hand in hand with a static type system. So all values have types checked at compile time, but in most cases they don't have to be specified thanks to a powerful type inference mechanism. This is important to know because our name variable is a string slice which represents an immutable reference to a fixed sequence of characters. So if you want to read a value of the name from the terminal, we actually need to change the type of our value and replace the string literal with a call to the string new static function. Now the name will be stored in the heap and can grow in size depending on our needs. However, before we can actually put some characters into the name variable, there is one more thing we need to do. In Rust, variables are immutable by default, so you can't change their values once they are set. As a consequence, we need to mark name as mutable to make our code compile. If this feels complicated, don't worry, it'll get way worse moving forward. Jokes aside, thanks to a powerful type inference mechanism. This is important to know because our name variable is a string slice which represents an immutable reference to a fixed sequence of characters. So if you want to read a value of the name from the terminal, we actually need to change the type of our value and replace the string literal with a call to the string new static function. Now the name will be stored in the heap and can grow in size depending on our needs. However, before we can actually put some characters into the name variable, there is one more thing we need to do. In Rust, variables are immutable by default, so you can't change their values once they are set. As a consequence, we need to mark name as mutable to make our code compile. If this feels complicated, don't worry, it'll get way worse moving forward. Jokes aside, Rust is known for its steep learning curve, but this complexity is a small price to pay for the power and safety offered by the language. So, next, let's go ahead and read the name from the terminal. We'll first bring in the IO module from the standard library. Then we can read a line of text from the terminal and store it into our name variable. Since the readLine method changes the data inside the name string, it accepts a mutable reference as the parameter. Next, readLine returns a result type, which is an enum that can be either OK if the operation is successful or error when the operation fails. We'll use pattern matching to react accordingly. Since the byte's value is not used, we'll prefix it with an underscore to avoid a compilation warning. On the error branch, since our logic is compromised if the readline fails, we'll terminate the program through a panic. Rust is designed to be a safe language, and one of its core safety features is the handling of null values. So, besides the result type, you can also use option and pattern matching to guard against the dreaded $1 billion mistake. Quick side note, if you look closely at the option implementation, you will see that Rust offers traits and generics, but this is yet another complex topic we'll address in a more hands-on video. Next, let's look at Rust's most infamous concepts, ownership and borrowing. For a bit of context, managing memory is one of the toughest things you can do in programming. There are a few established solutions for this. You can either go the C way, where you manually allocate and deallocate memory, or you can go the Java way, where memory management is done automatically through a garbage collector. Both are viable options with advantages and disadvantages. Rust introduces a third approach, where memory is managed through a system of ownership with a set of rules that the compiler checks. The rules are pretty straightforward. Each value has to have an owner, there can be only one owner at a time, and when the owner goes out of scope, the value will be dropped. To get a sense of this, let's go back to our code and create a function which concatenates our name with another string. Then, in the main function, I'm going to call polite and print the name back in the console. Pretty straightforward, right? Well, if you attempt to compile this code, you'll run into a big surprise. In Rust, when you assign a variable of an uncopy type to another variable or pass it to another function, the ownership of the data is moved to the new variable. After the move, the original variable can no longer be used to access the data, as it no longer owns it. Simplifying the example even further, when the value of S1 is moved to S2, the ownership of the string is moved to S2 as well, so accessing S1 afterwards will result in a use of moved value error. This video is part of the snippet series, where we are looking at code snippets from various programming languages and discuss useful concepts and patterns. We briefly looked at some of Rust's most interesting and powerful features here, but I'd be glad to post more deep dives into the language if you guys are interested. If you feel like you learned something, you'll probably find some of these videos interesting as well. Until next time, thank you for watching.
Hacking happens to everybody. Usually hacks are pretty small, sometimes they're really big. Ideally, they're disclosed ahead of time, and hopefully the company that caused them will actually respond and fix things. Basically, everything I just listed here didn't happen.
Okay. SSH Kamal. And we want to go into cd var lib docker. What do we have here? Okay. Docker PS, I'm guessing. CD containers. And we want the AC8C1. Hey, Carlson. By the way, I want to apologize. I saw that you wrote some stuff in the chat before, but the window that I'm using to monitor the logs had frozen, so I didn't really see what you were typing. But yeah, to answer the questions that you had, just see. You said only problem is I'm not really good with LLMs. I don't know how I can get Llama 3 running on my local laptop, and I wanted to show you because I've been using this Ollama.com. I don't know if you're familiar with. You said you're never used Docker. I don't really know why or when you can use it. So, quick question: are you like a software engineer, or are you like, do you have any experience with this stuff? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so, all right, that's great. So the idea is that, like, I don't know if you've heard the joke about, like, the customer complaining that the site doesn't work, and, like, the developer saying that it works on my machine. And what Docker does is, Docker Hub. Docker basically creates a container around your application so that it always runs in the way that it's supposed to run. So if normally, like, when you're connecting, like, normally if you're running your project locally, you would want to install the database locally on your machine, then connect that onto your Next.js application and connect that to your Node application. But with Docker, you don't really need to do that because the specific instances come pre-built. So for example, if you're connecting to a Postgres database, you can automatically run this. Like, click on run, add the ports, and this immediately generates a database for you that you can connect to locally. And the cool thing about this is that it doesn't leave any residue. It's really easy to stop and run. And basically a lot of the modern infrastructure runs on Docker. Ollama is the same thing, but for LLMs. And you said you wanted to do like the Llama 3. And the way that you get it running is like, here you can see you have models. I think it's download. Yeah. You basically download this depending on your operating system. I think for Mac OS, I don't know if it is brew.sh. Ollama. Yeah. See, there is Ollama. You can just do brew install Ollama. And afterwards, to run the model, you just need to do Ollama run and whatever. So I've done this with Llama 3. So let me just see. Ollama run Llama 3. But I need to do Ollama serve first. And then Ollama run. And it normally doesn't works pretty fast. I don't really know why it's taking the time, but here you can see you could do like, hey, how are you better than Llama 2? See, and it gives you all this cool stuff. And you can even choose between different versions of the parameters that are Llama 3. You can see the different versions of LLMs, like you can have the 50, 60 gigabyte ones, or you can basically install like the 8 billion parameters one, which is like 5 gigabytes of download. The cool thing about this is that you can easily test out models, and I think since like Meta normally sucks, like Facebook is very awful with public data and stuff like this, but I would give them a lot of props, and the community is giving them a lot of props for open sourcing models like this. And you can freely, I think, I'm not entirely sure if you can, what the licensing on this is, but you can normally run this on your machine. Let's just see, Ollama 3. Get started. legal. Let's see. Llama 3 GitHub. I just wanted to see. There we go. And the licensing is yeah, let's just ask it. Can I use a Llama 3 commercially? That's not how you write commercially. Make it shorter. This is gonna remember. Concise version. Commercial use, not officially supported by for commercial limited access, not for research focused licensing. Huh. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be commercial use, not officially supported by Meta AI for commercial purposes, limited access available for research focused licensing. Okay, so I think it's good. I think it's, from reading this, it's fine to use it if you're researching stuff and playing around with it, but it's not fine to use if you're going to make a commercial product out of it. Just like the 2 cents, but commercial. Blah blah blah. So yeah, that's the thing. So you could use that to really easily run your LLMs. So let me just send this stuff to you. Here we go. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. Yeah, that's actually one of the things that I'm trying to do since I have been a software engineer for like 7 to 8 years now. One of the things that I try to do is to share my experience with other people working in the sphere of software engineering. So if you have any other questions, be sure to post them in chat and I'll be sure to answer. So what was I doing? I think it was launching Drizzle. Let's see. Yeah, just don't care about this. Do node apt install node.js. I just want to do, what was it called? Sure. So what I'm currently trying to do is, I don't know at which point you left the stream, but I played around with some tools to deploy your cloud applications to non-Vercel, and the one that I think basically I liked the most was Kamal. So because it's like a command line tool. Let me just see. Where did I close this? Oops. Open recent. It's a command line tool that you add configuration to, and it uses Docker to build your project and to deploy it. And the other one that I tried to is Coolify. That one was cool as well. And the one that I showed was Railway. So I personally use Railway to deploy my projects, as well as my commercial project that is ImagineQR. So this project is hosted on Railway, and I am having, like so far, I've been having like a great time working with these guys, so I'd love to continue working with them. Now what I'm trying to do is, I don't know if you're familiar with ORMs, but I would like to, what I would like to do is, I would like to see if I can connect the Drizzle Studio to the database which is hosted within this VPS. So if I do digitalocean.com, login, and in Kamal resources, there is I think it's this one. I've SSH'd into this instance since it's using SQLite, and I want to see if I can basically access the SQLite instance from my local computer to just introspect the database, because that's one of the things that I want to do, and I've been doing for the ImagineQR project. So Yeah, by the way, if this type of content is interesting to you, make sure to subscribe because I have a lot of it planned. And I'm also planning on working on some other projects and some other videos that have to do with my commercial project. And that it mainly revolves around me showing my journey to making this project from idea to concept, from concept to idea to like materialization, and to my first paying customers. So if that sounds like something that you would like to see, make sure to subscribe because I have a lot of interesting stuff in the pipeline. All right then. Now let's see. I want to connect my Docker instance, like my Kamal. And I would like to connect to this specific folder. Two years now? Really? Do you remember which video you saw first? CSS Infinite Scroll. Okay, okay. Yeah, this was like this is one of my favorite videos that I've done before. And I didn't even know how I would basically name the video because from what I saw, like the infinite scrolling thing was something that was very prevalent in a lot of other projects, but I didn't really know how to name the project so that it would be findable. So I'm guessing you also search for like CSS Infinite Scroll, something like this, but yeah. But I'm happy that you saw it, and I'm really honored that you remember. So I'm glad you liked it. I hope you liked it. If you subscribed, you might have. That might be an indication that you liked it. So node v. Okay. Well, let's just do npx. px. Visual Studio. Thank you. By the way, have you seen the other video that I posted about advanced logging in Node.js? That was another one that I spent like 2 weeks working on. And yeah, like any feedback on it would be great because I spent a lot of time working on it, and people did not seem to like it as much as I liked making it, and I thought it would be interesting. So if you have like any feedback on how I could make it more interesting or something like this, that'd be great. Like I'd love to send it to you if you would consider that. Let me see. This one. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yep. Yeah, so I sent it here. So whenever you have the time, thank you very much. But now let's just try to run npx. Let's just do this. apt install npm. See, is that even going to work? And we are installing npm. Maybe I think I should do something different. Like I think I should Visual Studio Line. Can I do something like this? Drizzle Studio. Maybe this. Okay, now can I do this? Yeah, that was expected. That was expected. Okay, I think this is not gonna work, but what I can do, I can open the folder. No, not this one. File, open recent, Next.js VPS. I can just yoink all this, copy it over here. What? You sure? Can't I just copy and paste this? Copy. Paste. This is not working, I think. Very large, okay. Isn't there like a way to do this? It's equal, right? Let's see if this is gonna do anything for us. Okay, it's here. Comments. Let's see. Ooh, it is not very happy, and I would expect it not to be. Jesus Christ, that is a lot of stuff here. Okay, that seems to work. That's fine. But I'm not using that in any way. Like this is an interesting question. I don't know if you've used SQLite in production, but a lot of people say that it's pretty fine and pretty okay to use. And my question to these people is, okay, if you're using SQLite in production, how the hell are you introspecting your database? Like, how the hell do you like open it up to see what's inside and do queries without having to like run like a simple SQLite query just to see what's in the database, like see who are the users that logged in the last 15 minutes. Like, how do you do this without implementing this in your own application and then adding an admin panel for you to do that? Like, that is something that I'm missing currently. But yeah. But small setup. I think I can do that. Yeah, what I want to do is I think want to try something. I think I just want to, last thing that I want to do is I just want to see something deploy, and then I will call it a day. So this is the big boy and this is a small boy. just want to do like a small update, so we can call it a day. Small update. I just want to see how fast. Small. Tiny. Fingers. Fingers. It's exporting image. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pose the question. Let's see. If anyone even answers. But let's see. Okay, now we can do git status, git add, git commit. I think we just do Kamal deploy. I just want to see how long it takes to push a change that is as small as this. So all that I changed is I just added some emojis to the text here. And it took like 2 minutes to do the last time. Let's see how long it takes this time. Okay. I think I did the same thing. Can I just use this one, the small one? Let's just see. By the way, Elite Carlson. Are you like a developer, or are you just somebody playing around with some code? Because that's fun as well. Twitter handle. Let's see. It is x.com. It's the Slaven Ivanov. I didn't find a shorter one for my name, but since my name is Slaven, I wanted it to be like my name. I'm actually thinking about rebranding the channel for it to be in my name, because I'm not feeling the Once Upon a Code stuff anymore. Like, initially when... Oof. Not healthy. What? see. Elite Carlson. Hey, there we go. Let me follow you too. Thanks for the follow. Now, it says that it's here. That it took like 2 minutes to work. And let's just remove it again. Try seeing what's happening. So, Kamal, deploy. Kamal lock help. Kamal lock release. Kamal deploy. So it seems that it said that it's not working, but it actually did work. I think I'm actually close to like settling down for the day. Let's see. 39 writes. Even worse. Even worse. Let's see. Why is it performing so poorly? CPU usage up to 30%. And the 2V CPU 1. Okay, so it basically deploys in close to 3 minutes, 2 minutes 40 seconds. And at least the cool thing is that it is very, very simple to get running. Or at least it was very simple to get running. Docker logs inspector. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, let me show you. It would be possible, but so let me just come back a little bit. So the idea is that, I don't know if you're familiar with Mark Liu. Mark Liu. And basically he's an indie hacker that builds projects in public and posts them. And one of the things that he basically gave as advice for people just doing solo development on solo projects is to actually remove the free tier from your application. So let me show you some of the analytics for my project. And yeah, let me see. Where are you? I think I can even see you. Let's see. Real time. United Kingdom on iOS mobile. I would guess that would be you. Or also from Rwanda. From Windows 10 laptop. Either or. So the idea is that I can show you, like, for example, for the last 3 days, my analytics for the project. So this is the traffic to my website for this month, and on the 19th, Rwanda. Okay, yeah, let me check. Rwanda. Like, where is that from? I'm not very aware. Is that in Africa? Maps. Yeah, that was close. It's in Africa. Okay, that's cool. Great. So, I basically, on the 19th of April, I removed the free tier from my application just to see what would happen. And what actually happened is that I've had, like, in the past 90 days, something like this, I've had some steady traffic to my application. But, like, from here up until here, I had basically zero sales. And after I removed the free tier of my application, I got 2 sales. So I think the idea is that, like, since it's not really that much of an expensive product for most of the world, it's a lot easier for you to just remove the free tier. So if people want to actually try it, they just buy it, they try it, and they work on it. And from here, you can see that this is the large spike where Imagine QR got mentioned. And you can see, like, this is all people who use the product and didn't really buy it. And afterwards, after I stopped it, you can see on the 20th and the 19th, people actually started using it. People actually started playing around with the project and a lot more. So, like, this has been, I think, in the future, I am actually thinking of removing free tiers from most of my applications if they are monetized in some way. I think I'm planning on doing some projects that would require, like, some projects that would be tools. Like, for example, I don't know if you're if you're like, let's see, I don't know if you like write Twitter threads or something like this. But, like, for example, one of the things that I had an issue with is I wrote a thread some time ago. Yeah, I think it's this one. Yeah, let's see. I think it's this one. Yeah. And I wrote this thread and I had difficulty writing it because of the character limitations imposed in Twitter. So I decided to make, like, a small application that would be a Twitter thread editor. So you would basically have an easier time writing threads in Twitter. Something like that. But yeah, I'm planning on working on projects like this in the future. You might want to check this guy out if you're, like, into building projects and stuff. He's really cool. So, yeah. But I think this is a fantastic place for the stream to end for today. I think we had an interesting time playing around with these cool new tools that are up. I think, I'm not really sure how new Kamal is, but Coolify is. So it was an interesting experience. And I think the long story short of this is that, yeah, it's great. You can self-host your stuff pretty easily. But these platforms that allow you to host your stuff exist for a reason, and that is to basically make it easier for you to work on this stuff. To basically remove a lot of the pain that you suffer while developing, so that you have more time for actually working on your products and not actually caring about deployment stuff. So that's basically the main reason for these to exist. And yeah, I think this is a perfect place to end it. I had a fantastic time streaming with you guys today. Thank you for everybody that joined in the chat and chatted up. So, yeah, thank you guys. Had a great time, and see you soon. Peace.